What is up, everybody? How's it going? Mystical Cell, how's it going? What's up? Hopefully everyone's doing good. We are going to be working more on Starground today. So yeah, right now I'm just fixing an issue with the thumper. On multiplayer, it just doesn't work at all. So, yeah. Kind of making that work. Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff I want to do today. It's mostly going to be quality of life stuff, just kind of bug fixes, maybe a mini-map for the dungeon, we'll see. The regular mini-maps pretty much all set up, ready to go. For the most part, there's still a few things we have to do, but yeah. Yeah, so far everything's been going good. Just trying to address as many issues as I saw come up as possible in this update. Yeah, hopefully we can... It's also fixed a lot of translation issues, which is good, so that'll be a help. Okay, but yeah, let's just jump into it, shall we? So this is the script for the thumper. Basically what was happening is a really easy fix, but yeah, I just wasn't syncing this stuff, so it's no problem. So I'm gonna have another variable in here that's actually the tween speed scale. Very tired. Moved my brother from Florida to Texas, 2.5 days. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's probably a pretty long drive, right? Guess it depends on where in Texas, but yeah. Either way, that would take a while, yeah. What do you mean tween speed scale? Oh, I'm just stupid. So yeah, what I'm doing is just putting this value into, for the tweens into its own thing. And then that means that I can sync that value with multiplayer. And it won't be all screwed up. So let's try that. I have to export it. I honestly cannot wait until that thing. It's the thing where you can export a value and use it in things without it showing up in the right panel. Which, man, I can't wait. It's a very minor thing. Usually, I think the only people that are really going to be using it are probably like plugin developers and stuff, or people doing multiplayer. That's the two. But I can't wait. I've just gotta wait it out. It'll happen eventually, right? 4.3. 4.3 is already out, but I you know, I have to wait for the multiplayer appear 4.3, so yeah. Okay, let me set the callback if it's the server. Okay, so this should do it. So we'll test that. I've actually been doing a lot of multiplayer fixes and stuff like that. There's a few I'm really hoping fixes some difficult issues we were having. So let's load up my usual. It's a little over an 18-hour drive to Florida. We didn't stop at a hotel either. Oof. That's pretty rough. Yeah, I don't know if I could really drive for that long, honestly. 'Cause that's pretty brutal. That would be pretty hard. That was a little funny. Okay, let's go look at the thumper. Hopefully it is working as intended. Kind of. It's a little odd. I think the thing I'm missing is in here. I need to say current tween dot kill. So if current tween dot, I think it's dot valid, then we kill it. So let me check on that. No. So what is the thing? I know there's a function in tweens to check if it's valid. Maybe it's just is valid. Yeah. Okay. Let's try this again. So yeah, that's gonna be broken. Actually, probably on a lot of things. I lost connection to the server. Oh yeah, it crashed. On both of them, that's what happened. Okay. Let's do this again. Oops. Localhost. Let's watch. Didn't crash yet, so I'm assuming it works. Yeah, we're good. So I noticed the sound has stopped playing for the charging, which is odd. I think it's because it's not a looping sound. So I need to look into that. I do have it set to play, right? Oh, that's probably why. Well, no, but it should work, so I mean... Okay. Well, let's just go to that sound. Thumper slam. And loop mode will be forward. Okay. So that should play forever now. I don't really want it to stop, so... Alright. So that fixes that issue. There's a lot of little multiplayer quirks like that I do want to go over. These are some of the things I found. Oh yeah, the beach ball was just slightly too big. It's actually called the pong ball. That was one thing I wanted to fix really quick, which should be easy. Because what was happening was sometimes it got stuck on things. Okay. Just 1 and 2. I mean, I only have it on 24, but I'll shrink it a little bit more. So let's just keep it inside the bounds of the box, right? That should hopefully work. Still getting all these errors on clients that connect. I really have, today I've been doing a massive deep dive trying to figure it out, but so far I can't figure anything out, and so far it doesn't seem to actually be problems. Like, it doesn't actually do anything. So, I don't know. It's really frustrating trying to figure it out. So, yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that. Oh, yeah, duh. No wonder he's broken. Yeah, he's just way too tall. The dummy. So there's an issue I saw in multiplayer where he was just like stopping other buildings from being placed. So I do have to fix that. Can't tell what the... Whoa. Can I do that? That's pretty cool. I had no idea about that. Actually really helps because I can see, like, okay, that's at 8 pixels. Man, you learn something new every day. That's really cool. Yeah, it's coffee, energy drinks. Glad to be back so I can watch my favorite streamers and play some Starground. Let's go. Yeah. Do it up. Hopefully the game's fun. Been trying to fix as many issues as I can. Let's see if we can go to 14. Okay, that should fix his collision, hopefully. I'll make sure on that really quick. Okay, got that. Let's see what else we got here. I'm just checking, make sure I actually... Okay, yeah, I put that down. What else did I just do? So I've got the dummy. What's up, Clay? How's it going? Just working away at Starground. I wrote down a bunch of things that I saw when I played yesterday as a client, and so I'm just trying to get them all fixed. Which I don't think would be too bad. They're, you know, just a bunch of random multiplayer issues. There's one I'm gonna have to fix, though, that's harder to fix, probably. But we'll get to it. Okay, yeah, that fixes that. Alright. That'll be okay for now. Fix an issue where the training dummy blocked objects above it. Alright, working too, nice. What's up, Ace? Sent final payment for an artist and planning on my next order. Nice. Spine 2D, yeah. There's someone asking about Spine 2D. That wasn't you, was it? I can't remember. Someone's asking, like, Spine 2D with sprites. That might have been you, I can't remember. Okay. Just making sure. Yeah, I didn't think it was you, but yeah. I haven't messed with Spine 2D very much. Did I ever load up that save? Yeah, I did load it up. And yeah, I fixed the mining gun thing pretty quick. Let me go find it again. Yeah, early access mode. Yeah, it definitely is a little slow. I mean, you know, it's pretty obvious that it's slow. I did do a lot of optimization, so it's not quite as bad now, but it's definitely not up to where I want it to be yet. I do want to do that conveyor belt indexing of the collision shapes because that would actually help a lot. So we'll do that. Yeah, pretty slow. But the conveyor or the mining gun doesn't freak out anymore. I don't know how you played when it's this slow, honestly. Was it this slow on your computer? Sometimes it does run way slower in the editor. I've noticed that. It's sometimes a really big difference, actually. Okay. So it's slow, but not this slow. Yeah. Yeah, no, for some reason, playing the game in the editor like this, it can be way slower than it is on Steam. I think it's just that it's like, running... I don't know what it is. It's like the debug mode does weird things to it. But yeah. I guess getting it to run fast in the editor is a good thing, because that means it probably runs even better not in the editor. So yeah, this is way too slow. The reason for that is I've already profiled this, and I know it's the movers. And it's something I can really optimize. Oh, also probably doesn't help that I have another one open in the background. It also really doesn't help when I'm streaming either. That tends to slow it down a lot. I usually do self, because I want to see what's actually lagging the game and not just the combined stuff. So yeah, it's the mover physics process event, which is nothing unexpected. So I'll just have to fix that. The optimization I'm about to do to conveyors, which is the indexing, will also help with that issue. So I've also noticed inventory check items starting to get a little slow. I wonder if there's a better way I can check that stuff. Right now I'm just doing a, you know, loop through the inventory and look through each item. You know? And that's obviously not great for performance. So maybe what I could do is some kind of like smart search check, like a quick, not sort, but you know. Progression, by the way, how to manually rush through the research. I could actually start automating. Think if the collectors had a spawn boost to materials, that would help a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I did just do some rebalancing of the resource spawning. It is a lot higher now. Was this on just a regular size map, or did you make this map big? Do you remember what size of map this was? Because that could partially be part of the problem. Okay, because one issue that I did just fix was that resource spawning was not consistent on map sizes. So, for example, on a really big map, the resources would be more spread out. And so there's a lot of people that like ramped it up to the maximum right away and then were complaining that there's like no resources. So I did fix that. That'll help definitely a lot with the big maps. I do totally know what you mean though. I played through the whole game recently, like last night, with some people, and so I think I would like to definitely up that resource amount just a little bit. It doesn't have to be crazy, because even just a 20% boost I think would be more than enough just to get it to the spot where it needs to be. So yeah, I'll probably do that. So what's up, MBG? How's it going? Yeah, that's something I can honestly do right now. Now that I've done so much optimization with the resources, I feel more comfortable with that. Because the reason why I didn't ramp it up a bunch before was performance reasons, you know. But I've done so much optimization on all of the buildings so far that it's not too bad anymore. Obviously, there's some things that still need to be fixed, like the movers, but yeah. So let's do that. So create resources is the thing that does it. Right now it's set to 4. I'm just gonna set it to 6 every tick or whatever. So that should really help with that a lot. Increase the spawn rate of all resources. What am I doing? I'm doing good. Just working away at a bunch of different issues of the game right now. Still some big issues that I do have to fix. The death doesn't play. These are more suggestions rather than issues. I fixed that. I fixed that. Corners don't reconnect on client. I fixed that. I realized something interesting about the tree exiting and stuff, because I was confused on why some things weren't working how I wanted them to. What I realized was that the exit events on the children of a node will always happen first, because I wanted like this to do a raycast check on the conveyor when you break it, and so the other ones around it will update, right? And yeah, that was it was confusing because it kept throwing an error about the world not existing. So what I realized was that the raycasts are getting freed before the actual conveyor. So you can use this function or signal, which is the child exiting tree function. And after using that, that totally fixed my problem. Because it's basically saying, okay, the child is about to be freed, do the check now, instead of doing it after the children were gone. So yeah, that was something I figured out, which is great. That's fixed a lot of issues, actually. There's like issues with the walls not doing it properly and stuff, and so I was able to fix it with that, like updating, you know, when you break them. But yeah. Collector efficiency research doesn't seem like it does that much. Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing where it builds up, because the thing with that is the more collector research that you do, right, the more resources you get and the easier it is to do the collector research, right? So it's kind of like a compounding effect of like, well, if you do a bunch of efficiency upgrades, then it's going to be way easier to do a bunch more efficiency upgrades. So that's why I kept it pretty low, just because I don't want it to get insane. And the whole point of the infinite research is kind of like to see how far you can get with it anyways. I could up it a little more, but honestly, I think the thing is just having, like, I notice you don't really have that many collectors around here, and that's probably why it doesn't seem like it's doing much. It's just because you're not mining enough of the resources that spawn. So, yeah. Yeah, we can maybe look at that later. Just with things like that that could potentially become very overpowered, I just want to be careful about, you know, deciding to pump that value up so quickly. But yeah. Pretty bad if the parent got free before the children. Yeah, that is true. Works in theory, but I've run out of iron on the current save. Yeah. Put more collectors since, and it's not insanely noticeable. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll probably get to that eventually. I'm just gonna wait on that for a little bit. I haven't had anyone except you say that it was too low. And I just want to see if people do, like, I want to give people time to actually get to that point and leave feedback before I decide to just change it on a whim. We've also got a lot of resources backed up. I don't know if you've noticed that. I think, yeah. One thing I really want to add to the game is better movers. Maybe just go to V2 movers. I have thought about making it so that, like, the movers will match the speed of the conveyor you place it down next to. And yeah, honestly, I just don't know which one I want to go with yet. But I'm thinking about it. Okay, well, this is insanely slow with the movers, so let's see if we can optimize some stuff here. Well, actually, really, I want to get fixed bugs, though, before that, because the performance, I haven't had anyone really complain much. I've noticed the bees don't actually sync their items on clients also, which is an interesting thing. So I wanted to fix that really quick. It's a really quick thing to fix, hopefully. But it should just be down in here. Yeah, it's literally right here. Honestly, the easiest way to do this is just this. I'm just gonna sync the texture of the sprite. I can't. Okay, never mind. I'll have to do it with an RPC. So I'm just going to run sync item.rpc. And that should fix that issue. Now let's go ahead and confirm that that's fixed the issue before I just mark it off and don't actually test it. But I'm like 98% sure it fixed it. Fix an issue where items held by bees. And let's go test that. I also added some more checks to multiplayer connection stuff. So like if you put in an IP that isn't valid, it'll just immediately not let you do it, right? And so that was something that was bad before, because you could connect to somebody that, or into an IP that doesn't make any sense, and then you would just kind of brick your game. Or at least have to wait a very long time. So yeah, I actually check for those things now. So hey, what's up, Badagon? How's it going? Wait, let's see. I need to do manual save too. Okay, so I literally just have to look at a bee somewhere. Let's move up here. There's a lot of resources up on top. Okay, that doesn't work? Interesting. Let me see if I'm getting an error for that. Expected 0 arguments. Oh, duh. I'm just stupid. Okay, let's check that again. And... no. I may have to relaunch the game. Let's try that. I don't think you can change parameters of a function at runtime, so... yeah. So, hey, Christian, how's it going? Man, why is the text so unreadable on the restream chat? It's good on Twitch because the background's darker, but it uses the same colors on the restream chat, and then it's like the most unreadable thing I've ever seen. Shift clicking gives you 2 stacks from Vault. I'll check on that. It might just be that it registers the click twice for some reason. I mean, hopefully it's not with the code. We'll see, I don't know. Kind of funny, I keep using the same bug saving and post screenshots. Yeah, I need to not do that anymore. I totally accidentally did that, and I realized, like, oh, that's the bug save. Still not syncing. I might not be able to pass an image as... I'm sure that's what the issue is. Okay, well, let's just do this. Oh yeah, let's just do this. Global dot get item data. Item name dot sprite. That's the solution to my problem. Yeah, ads incoming. I apologize, everybody. Okay, hopefully that fixes that. Let's restart the game one more time. Yeah, like I was saying, I do need to play through the whole game again and retake all those screenshots and stuff. It's funny that it's the same, yeah. Keep forgetting, I don't have to type in localhost when I'm hosting a world. I always do it, but I realized today that you don't have to. But you do with multiplayer. It's interesting. I fear why... Oh, PlayStation controllers aren't working? Yeah, I'll have to check it. I have a PlayStation controller. I think that's just how that works with controller stuff in Godot. But I'll make sure on that. There we go. Now the items are syncing with the bees. Okay. So that issue is fixed. So far, there's the change log. There's a whole bunch of things. I actually decreased the maximum world size down to 256 because 512 is just too big. Like, maybe if you're on like a massive online server, but it's too laggy. So, yeah. We have an ad. Sorry about that. Okay. So those are more suggestion things. So this issue, this is a tricky one. This issue is the one where people like sometimes don't update on multiplayer, then they just kind of sit there and spawn all weird. It's very weird. I've tried to fix it before. I really don't know exactly what causes it. I have some theories though, and I'm going to mess around with them and see if it works. So first theory. I have an inkling that using onChange on the position, something that's constantly changing, is causing some kind of weird issue where all of a sudden it stops updating. Do I know if that's the truth? No, I don't know. But I'm going to set both the position and the current velocity to always. And what I'm hoping with that is that that'll fix issues with that. Again, no idea if that will, but yeah. If you need more people for the screenshots, tell me. Yeah, I'll definitely let you know. Godot doesn't seem to detect them. Yeah. Well, that's the problem. Yeah. I don't know how I'm going to fix that if I can't get Godot to even detect it, right? Yeah, I think the issue is that PlayStation controllers just aren't compatible with PC like that. Like Xbox controllers are recognized as a gamepad and stuff because it's what do they call that? Open whatever, where it detects controller input. You just can't do it with PlayStation controllers. And that's why you have to use the stupid DS5 Windows, whatever it's called now. I forget already. Yeah, X input is what Godot uses. It's only when using Bluetooth. It's apparently because Sony disabled it because they are selling their own proprietary dongle. Okay, well that's stupid. Yeah, I mean at a certain point there's just not really anything I can do about it, unfortunately. I mean, yeah, with something like that, I don't know what I can really do, unfortunately. So yeah. Use DS4, yeah. So DS4 did work, right? Just making sure. Okay, I need to find something in the player. Where is it? I think it's in Start Pod. It says toggle visibility. Okay. So this is the issue that I'm having. I think, at least maybe partially part of the problem. Sometimes people are just fully invisible, and I think it's because this toggle visibility thing is not being synced properly. And so I would like to fix that. Yeah, I'm just thinking how to do that. Steam, yeah, Steam does have some input map thing for that, I think. But I don't think it's anything I can do, though. I think it just goes through Steam, so. DS4 worked for me on a standalone Godot game without Steam because it emulates a 360 controller. Yeah. So... Sorry, I'm just thinking. Yeah, I don't know. There is this, apparently some Steam thing. They have like an API for controller stuff. And it lets you convert, or lets you add support for all sorts of controllers. I don't know how to use it, and I don't know if Godot has that capability. So the other issue too with that is then if you're not playing the game through Steam or if you're offline, I don't think controller works. So honestly, there's kind of a lot of issues I think with that. Yeah. I don't know. It's tough. I wish PlayStation controllers weren't so stupid with PC, but they are. Exit Pod is not an RPC. I'm doing all the things that I need to do in here, but maybe that is part of the issue. Okay, so it only does start pod if it's the multiplayer authority, which makes sense. So once it's connected, it'll do start pod, and that set is reliable. It does all this stuff, makes the player invisible. I don't know why I do it twice. That's kind of weird. Why do I do that? Oh, I'm just gonna fix that. And then on exit pod, it makes them visible again. The way I think I want to change all this stuff is just to make it better. So here's the thing. Exit pod isn't an RPC because it's called on the pod animation, right? So it always gets played whenever the animation is played, right? And so that's why, I don't know, it's weird. It's a weird issue. It should work, because it'll go invisible here on the pod animation thing. But then it shouldn't matter after that, you know? So I don't know. Oh, that's so weird. You can hear the sound. Oh, right, because it plays in here, so we can just watch it happen. It's very interesting. What I think I'm going to do instead is add a new function here, which is... what is it? Invisible. Toggle visibility. And I'm going to pass in a bool, which is true. Or, sorry, false. So that way, this toggle visibility stuff, what this essentially sets us up for is that it'll never start the animation, or it'll never go invisible unless the animation's already playing. And in that case, that means it will always do the exit pod function, which will make it go visible again, right? So we should be okay with that. It's a pretty small change, but it's just making sure so that there's not the off chance that for some reason the animation doesn't play and you go invisible first. So we'll see if that helps it. I don't know. It's really tricky to figure these things out, honestly. It seems like the full invisibility thing, though, is very rare. I don't typically see that happen very often. It's most people that are saying that happens is it's only with just players like being stuck at spawn, like animating and moving, but they just aren't moving. It's just, yeah, it's very weird that that happens, and the only thing I can think of is the fact that the position of the player and the velocity was set to on change instead of always. Right. So I'm gonna hope that that is why that's happening. I have no idea. But yeah. They managed to fix it. Well, hopefully. I honestly don't know. Yeah, I probably do need people to test. We'll get to that in just 1 minute. I'm just looking through and seeing if there's anywhere else that I actually set the player's position, because that could be part of the issue also. So for example, this thing right here of setting the player's position. So let's do this. This should only be happening on the multiplayer authority, so if is multiplayer authority. So I'll just make sure on there. So Desrazor, what's up? Do you scan the landing area for if any resources are spawned in? Well, it should be impossible for resources to ever spawn there, because basically they have that landing pad set as a collision spot, so that should never happen. I think it's impossible. So we should always be okay with that. Resources only spawn in areas that aren't hitting objects, so yeah, shouldn't be an issue. And with the random tough questions, I appreciate, honestly, if you have a random tough question, hit me up. Let me know, because sometimes they're really helpful. I had a problem when I made my first world, but I never spawned, so it would just show the environment. Oh, you had that issue? And that was with single player? Yeah, that's very strange. Honestly, shouldn't happen. So just to confirm, you created a new save in single player, and was this on the full release of the game, not the demo, right? I think I'm actually gonna make one little change here too. Full release, really, huh? And it was single player, right? Okay. Well, that's a very weird issue. Basically, whenever that happens, it means that your player wasn't created, right? And that shouldn't ever be possible. So I'm going to look through the code and double check on that, because that's a big issue if that is happening. Also, one change I want to make with this position stuff. This has been a problem for a long time, but the conveyors will actually move your position instead of setting your velocity. And what that means is that you can get stuck, and it's bad, especially on low frame rates. So I'm going to create another variable that's like var velocity offset, right? And this will let me just add to the velocity instead of changing everything. Okay, so let's go fix that. So here we're just gonna say velocity offset is equal to all this stuff. That means what's going on. Interesting. Not heard that one. Yeah, that's some pretty high IQ stuff. I don't know. Okay, so this is where we do the moving stuff, the velocity. All right. Now, all of this, let me make sure on this, is multiplayer authority. Okay. So that should be no problem. It's basically just saying don't mess with the velocity if you're not the owner of this object. So this is what we can say here. We can essentially say let's see, I'm just trying to figure out what we want to do here. So that's lerping it back down to 0. Oh, it's Jamaican slang. Interesting. So let's just do this. We'll also say velocity plus equals velocity offset. And I'm also going to do this. So I'm going to say velocity dot, or can I do set velocity? Is equal to vector 2.0. So my deal with that is that it'll reset that velocity back to 0 every single frame. But if you're still on a conveyor, it'll set it back to whatever it's supposed to be. So we'll see if that works. No idea. This might cause some really weird issues. We'll see on that. I don't know. Okay, so that's not working at all. I don't know why that's being so weird. It might be because I'm multiplying it by delta. And I think if it's velocity, it doesn't have to be delta. Whoa. It's a little too fast. Okay, well then it has to be delta. Well, let me just do it in here. There's Steam made a Steam Cloud save in the saves folder. I think that's actually intentional. What I did is I broke up the Steam Cloud stuff into 2 different folders. So it will now only take your saves and the user data save. And so there's 2 different Steam Cloud saves. I think that's normal. As long as the Steam Cloud files seem to be all in order. I can always fix that if it's not normal. Speed should be multiplied by delta first. Where's that at? Oh, you mean in the conveyor check thing? It really doesn't matter. Multiplying, no matter the order, it's communicative or whatever. Tried loading in the game. Oh, does it show up in the saves folder? as the Steam Cloud thing? Uh-oh. I better fix that. Okay, let's see if this works. Well, it kind of works, but it's odd. For some reason, it's really slow. I don't know why. So why is it so slow? I'm doing it after the velocity's lerped, so that's not why. Yeah, I'll check that out. It's weird. Okay, yeah, I gotta fix that. That should not show up in the Steam Cloud thing. Yeah, that's funny. I just have to check that the file actually ends with .dat. That should fix that issue. Yeah, we do have a secret dev chat. Forged a few days ago, thought it was Starground. Yeah, we have a few secret chats. Okay, let's see if this works. Why do I go way too fast? This is just very janky. Times the speed times 16. So I'm going to check what velocity offset is, because it should just be normal. But maybe it's not. Okay, it's 0 right now. When we step on the conveyor, it's 32. Which is not right. How's it 32? Okay, I think the problem is I don't want to multiply it by 16 anymore. Because it's happening every frame. So let's try that. So that's times 2. Oh, has this been wrong the whole time? I have to figure this out. So any screenshots in the Starground Lab chat? Yeah. Because I have no idea. I've probably leaked all the secret chats before, I'm sure. Whipped around so much by the conveyors. Yeah. Okay, so this is moving the player, but it's too slow. So let's figure this out. So I want this to add it to it every frame. Basically, it's going to be the offset is the direction times the speed. But it should be times 16. So essentially what it's saying is that it's going to move you... That's why it's too fast. I think I figured it out. Let's try this. It's probably going to break everything. Yeah. Okay. So let's do this. If that's max speed, otherwise velocity will just be equal to... But no, you can't do it that way. This is the problem. It's difficult. So I can't add at every frame because what it's doing is it's stacking, and that's why it's so broken. I'm having the World of Warcraft itch. You tame the beast within. Money. It costs too much money. It is tempting though, man. I don't know. Every time I see it, I'm like, World of Warcraft. It's so expensive though, man. It's like 20 bucks a month, or no, it's more than that, isn't it? How much is it now? Okay. $13 a month. That's just too much money. I can't do it. It's cool though. What's the new expansion? The War Within. Well, yeah, that's if you get the year one. If it's monthly, then it's 15. So what is the War Within about? Like, what do you do? The War Within. Bruh, what can I figure out? World Soul Saga? What does this mean? Subterranean worlds? Yeah. That's pretty cool. Hero talents, Earthen, skywriting. It's too much money, too expensive. Brad Software's been playing on stream. It looks awesome. The story seems epic. Well, I would play World of Warcraft. I got $2,000 from streaming every day. No, it's too much. How am I gonna solve this issue? Velocity. So I add it to that. That's me moving. That could help. That could work. Let me think here. Been trying New World to feed the MMO itch, yeah. It's making me want to play WoW more. Oh, I don't know. I mean, if I'll just say this: if you do it, I'll do it. I'd play some WoW. The real one, not the fake one. The mod. God, how do I make this work? Okay. It's tricky. Velocity stuff is tricky. Hey, what's up? Yeah, game's going good. I'm just kind of trying to fix this one issue. Basically, the conveyors move you around, and before I had it set to position, like where it would just increment your position, but that's not a good way to do it, so. I'm currently trying to figure out how I can make these conveyors add to your velocity, and not be stupid. Right now, it's pretty stupid. So I have this value velocity offset, and that's essentially just a set thing. Let me test something. Just make sure this works normal. Oh god. That's another issue. Is it pushes you off the conveyors. Which, it makes sense, because that's how velocity would work, but it's also a little janky. Oh. Okay, that's set. Let's save that again. Okay, so that works if I just set your velocity equal. Right, and that's what I want to emulate, essentially. Yeah. So we have to figure out how to do that. Because the problem is I can't move. So I think what I'm going to have to do is this. I have to basically make a formula of everything here. I think I already make knockback go down. So it's going to be velocity offset plus velocity move plus knockback. Oops. So at the end of every frame, velocity offset 0. Now, knockback I know does decrement down somewhere. I think. Does it really not? Interesting. And I don't set it to 0 either? How does that work then? I think I already have move velocity. Because I know I'm syncing that with the players. Let me check on that. Current velocity. Well, current velocity is different. Yeah. Welcome back, MBG. Go back up. We're gonna make a new move. Velocity is equal to 2.0. Okay. So I'm not actually going to directly modify the velocity here. I think what I'm going to do is just modify the individual components. I think it's the only way that's going to make any sense. I have to restart the game. So down here, I'm just going to say move velocity is equal to move velocity lerped it back down to 0. Now, the only issue I think with this is that you won't have acceleration anymore. Okay, that doesn't work at all. Interesting. Why doesn't it work? Oh yeah, what is max speed? Okay. So why can't I move, I guess, is what I'm wondering. stuck. Although I shouldn't be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is the solution. It's too complicated. Okay, this is gonna be a mess. So that's normal player movement. So conveyors are not moving the player. So what we'll say is just velocity plus velocity offset. So it does move the player, but it's just way too slow. That's the problem. How am I going to do this? It's crazy to me, though, is that saying velocity, like, so if I do this, man, time to watch the viewers go away because it's complicated stuff now. We can say velocity is equal to move velocity, right? And ignore that for a minute. Okay. So that kind of works. Just gonna ignore that for 1 minute. Okay, then let's also do this. Say move velocity, lerps back down to 0, right? Okay. So that seems pretty normal. There's a few cases where it doesn't seem normal. I don't know. That's weird. Like here, like you'll just like instantly zoom, and I think I know why. It's because your move velocity is still set at maximum, right? And so as soon as you get around a corner like that, it instantly snaps your velocity up to the full speed. So that's kind of the problem there. Because if I can do this, what I can say is just velocity is equal to move velocity plus velocity offset, right? So that we can still move around when we're on conveyors, right? And that's kind of the idea, I guess. And remove delta on that. Right, so we're on a conveyor. I can move when I'm on the conveyor. Like that. So that works. It's just the problem is all the other stuff. Right. Like rolling brakes, for example. Broken. So I had to figure out how to fix that. I guess what I could say with this, it would be kind of funny, but I can just say this. So if velocity is 0, Then move velocity is 0. And that should fix that issue at least. So that means that we can basically do this. Like when we hit an object, it'll be reset back to 0, I think. Hopefully. Let me check on velocity though and see what it really is. Oh, but see, velocity is not 0. Oh, we have to do it before we set velocity, that's why. I don't mean to interrupt complicated coding time. Have you seen anything about the new Dune MMO game? I've not. I didn't even know that there was a Dune MMO that was in the works, so that's interesting. Oh, but then if we're not moving, then it doesn't work. This is the problem. Maybe what I could do is instead is check for a collision. Like, what is it? It's like, is on wall. But I imagine there's going to be other issues with this. See, now as soon as I touch a wall, I'm stuck there forever. Okay. So how do I fix this? Okay, basically my thing right now is I want move velocity to go back to 0 whenever we've hit a wall. But I don't want us to be unable to move it at all, right? So that's the thing. I guess maybe we do this. We set velocity before we set move velocity. And then we say if velocity.length is equal to 0, then we say move velocity is equal to vector 2.0. So let's try that. So we can move. It's weird though, it's changed how it feels to move your character though. It does work though, I think. Let's make sure. Oops, I already had it open. Never mind, it does not work. Because we're adding it. So difficult. Man, I don't know how this is gonna work. Kind of tempted to go back to the old system, although it does have issues, and I want to fix it. Okay. Velocity offset. Okay, this is all we have to worry about right now. So the velocity is the move velocity plus the offset. Doesn't matter what order we do this stuff in, but it just makes more sense to me. So our velocity offset's 0, our move velocity is positive. As long as our move velocity is under the maximum speed, then we add it, we change the move velocity, and we're constantly lurping the move velocity back down towards 0. So that means if you are moving and then you let go, you'll kind of do like a little bit of a momentum thing. Hydrate. Right, this works fine. This feels pretty normal. The only thing I've noticed, though, is that now, like, the velocity, like, switching directions is slower. Which is not really what I want. Right, because that's weird. You can see that right there. I guess the glory of the other system was that you would instantly swap directions if you move while you're moving, right? It's so tricky. Yeah, I know. It's very tiny things that normal people won't notice. It's just that I've, you know, creating this whole system, I know the differences. It is about the feel. So I could do this, but it's obviously not good. That means I need to lerp the velocity back down. Oh, but I can't move. I can't move. It's because I'm not lerping move velocity. Okay. So as you guys can tell, something is not correct here. Oh, it's because I don't set velocity offset to 0. Whoops. So how's it moving me? Oh. It's interesting. I'm way too fast, though. As you can see. I don't know how this works with the conveyors. That doesn't seem to make sense to me right now. I guess I could do this. Just coming in, what's the difference between velocity, velocity offset, and move velocity? So they're all just kind of my own defined things that I've set up so that I can modify the velocity how I want it. So move velocity is basically the velocity that's expected from your pressing inputs and moving your character. Velocity offset is like basically setting a base velocity, for example, when you're on a conveyor and it's supposed to move you. Here, I'm gonna try this. This will be interesting. That's a little slow. Why am I so slow now? You can see I'm clearly too slow. But it's kind of working. You dash like the Starground guy ate a bunch of rocks. Like how so? I'm so slow. Okay, so why am I so incredibly slow? That's why. Oops. So why is it not, like, increasing my speed? I guess that's what I'm wondering. It's because I'm sending velocity back to velocity offset, that's why. Yeah. Ah, so this is the issue, right? And this is why we're running into issues. We're close with this. So if it's less than that, and then we say velocity plus equals move velocity. And we had this configuration once before, and it's almost right. But as you can see, not really. Right. So I add that lerping, and now this is what it's like. Which is really, really close to how it is normally. And you can see that the conveyors move us using the velocity, which means we won't run into objects and get all screwed up and stuff. Right. So we're right there. Now obviously rolling doesn't work because now velocity has to change. Okay, so the other issues we have to fix are still few. So when you're running into an object, you instantly just zoom forward. I don't really want that. No inputs and lerp down the velocity, otherwise ignore. Well, I could do that. I mean, that's not really the issue. But I want your velocity to be lerped down regardless, right? Because there's cases where you get hit by something and then I want the velocity to lerp down. Or with knockback and stuff, so that doesn't really work. Yeah, see, like, that issue right there is not what I want. Because you start to get stuck on things, and then since you're moving with this, you can't move now. It's weird. Right. So I want to fix that. I think what I have to do is this. Or this will at least help with some weird little quirks like that. So that plus that is less than max speed. So that means that if we're at the maximum speed, we can still move, right? And then I have to say dot length. Oh, I didn't save it. That means like here, even though I'm on the wall, I can still move around. Right, so that's what I want. We're getting there, slowly. You can see what I mean, though, with the instant, like, movement snapping. You can see it happen, it just, like, snaps. It's weird. Now, I am too slow now. Right. But I'll fix that. At least I think I'm too slow. Am I too slow? Maybe this is the proper speed. let's go test this in just a new world. Maybe I'm not too slow. Does this look like I'm too slow? I can't tell anymore. I think it might be fine. Yeah. It does feel a little slower. I don't know why. Okay. Let's see if we can figure that out. I guess the reason is because it's, this is why. So I'm gonna actually check for the speed times 2. Maybe? That doesn't seem to actually have done it. Yeah, this is tricky. The knockback, I have no idea how that even works. Because basically, oh, right, it does it in the entity script. That's why. I can't figure it out. Yeah, we're lerping that down back towards 0. So that's fine. Basically, we can add that on to our calculation. So let's just do that. So we say velocity plus equals knockback. I'm gonna prod and print your move speed, then come back here and do this same to compare. Yeah, I can just check what the actual move speed is, but... What if we can place the stone wall in the water, create more space? That would be cool. I want to figure out a way to add onto your island and stuff, or some kind of bridge, but I'm gonna wait on that a minute. Won't matter once you add in upgrades like movement speed, mining speed, like different problems. I did add mining speed. Yeah, the second requirement is rotors, I think. You get them later on. You have to research oil processing and alloying first, and then you can build rotors in the crafter. So, yeah. This does feel very close, doesn't it? Okay, let's see if I can do this. So this is, I'm adding onto velocity, but I think I'm going to add on to move velocity for the roll. Yeah, that fixes the rolls. So we're right there. We're just right there. I'm so close. This almost feels right. But that doesn't feel right. So we gotta fix that. And that should be a pretty easy fix. Basically, I just have to say as long as it's less than the maximum speed times the speed modifier. Oops. Oh, that doesn't work? That's weird. Why isn't that working then? Let me print this out. Ugh. Oh my god. Okay, it's 150, then it's just not less? That doesn't make any sense, because shouldn't speed modifier be changing if I'm mining? What is speed modifier? Or maybe I'm setting it back to default. That's probably what it is. Okay, so in here, if we're mining, then we should change speed modifier. Spread that speed scale. That's setting it to 0.25, right? Do I just never set it when I'm mining? It's very odd. Well, I guess I should do that. Okay, that doesn't work, though. Oh, that's a little the combo stuff. Let's go check for the function where you're mining. I know it's somewhere. Yeah, is mining. It's right here, I think. Yeah. See, speed modifier is 0.5. There we go. You still slow down with those. Okay. Weird. Can we have a mine first object keybind? I can't add that, yeah. I'll write it down so I don't forget about it. Okay, we're so close. So mining being slowed down there works normal. We can roll. I assume that we can take damage and knockback from enemies. Now, I can't tell if the speed is different. It's so hard. Oh, why can't I just... Steam. Let's run the Steam build and see if... Because this is before I made those changes, right? So let's see how that compares. I think it's the same. Let's do a direct comparison. Okay, let's like walk around. Here, let's figure out like a way we can do this consistently. Okay, I know what to do. So one thing that's the same on both of these saves is this little box size. So let's just walk from one end to the other and then time it. Just to make sure. And they're both running super high FPS, so that's not an issue. Okay. So what's the key for me to do this? I guess there is none. Okay, that was 2.23 seconds. Let's check over here. Almost 2.23 seconds. I think it's the same speed. That seems like the same speed, right? Can you guys even tell the difference? Yeah, I don't think I can. The right one's slower? Yeah, I think they're the same. I don't know. That actually even seems the same too. Now the only thing that's different is it's such a tiny difference though. I think for the issue of fixing the wall thing, I think it's a worthy sacrifice. Now if you look here at this, here I'll just do this so they don't disappear. So when you're walking over here and you instantly get off a resource, you speed up very fast. You basically almost go straight to full speed. Over here, there's a tiny little bit of like a speed up. It's such a tiny difference. It's hard to even tell running on a 240 hertz monitor. I doubt anyone on 60 FPS stream quality can actually tell. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll be okay with that. Anyways. Yeah, I think this is all good. So essentially what this is doing now is that we have more absolute control over our velocity. Right, which is important. It means that when we're walking on a conveyor at really low FPS, it doesn't break anymore. And I'll show you what I mean. So if I load up a save with a conveyor, let's load up this one. Yeah, it's very, very small difference to get up to speed, so I'm not even worried about it. So if we have a thing like this, and then we put this down, and we cap our FPS really low, to like super low, you know, like 3. We actually get pushed into the wall, as you can see. Right? That's not really good. Because you can get fully stuck. Like, see, it does this thing, and then if you bring it back up, like, you can get stuck in the wall, right? Not good. But now over here, since it's linked to velocity, it means that when we do that same exact setup with our save, so let's load it again. So if we go ahead and build a wall right here with a conveyor, then we go into it and set a really low FPS. So you can see we no longer get that weird bouncing into the wall. We're not pushed into the wall anymore, which is good. And yeah, it's a tiny difference, you know, but it's man, it sucks to play at 3 FPS, doesn't it? Well, that's an interesting thing. I have to check on that. It seems like the lerping is like making my velocity to 0, which is not right. Okay, so what's going on here? So this FPS we seem okay. Though the movement seems a little bit jittery almost. I don't know if you guys noticed that. I think I know why. So I think what's happening here is that this, like, because we're calculating delta with this, it's going to go way higher than the maximum speed. And then it takes time to lerp back down. And that's the same reason why this is causing issues. And why at really low FPS we can't move anymore. Right, when we're down at like 2 FPS, we're just stuck. Because essentially I think what's happening is that this is lerping back to 0 before we even get a chance to move it again. Right, so that's not good. Oh yeah, I see what's happening. So basically, because of delta, this gets so big that it's instantly over the limit. It's instantly over a velocity of 150. And that's why we're having issues with the FPS. So I need to change this so that if it's over the limit, it basically just sets it to what it needs to be, right? And that should fix a lot of our issues. So if it's less than that, we add it. Otherwise, we just say it's equal to it. So we get rid of all this other garbage, and then we just say times max speed times modifier. So now when we move here, you can see we can move again. And obviously it's at 3 FPS, so it looks terrible. But let's go to like in between, like 17. We also don't get that weird juddering anymore, right? Where it was like speed up and slow down. Now we're just at a nice consistent speed. So I think we're good. What this also really helps with a lot too, which is kind of an unintentional side effect, is at low FPS it's a lot easier to control your movement, right? Because the acceleration now will always be the same time regardless of your FPS. So, like, it's just as snappy as it is at a high FPS, it looks like. Well, I might be getting some weird teleporting stuff going on here. Yeah, I'll have to fix it. If velocity is greater than max speed, velocity equals max speed. No. Could do that. That's essentially what I'm doing. I guess we could try it. So we basically just say move velocity is that, and then if it's greater than max speed, we set it back down to what it should be. That means I'll have to separate some things though, like for example the rolling now will have to be a separate function, which isn't too bad. So we could try that. Well, it feels a little weird sometimes. Like when you're fully swapping directions, it snaps for some reason, which is odd. So like this, it goes back and forth, but when we're going like at diagonals, it's weird. Right. Yeah, that doesn't really work. This is what we need to say. If we were still adding move velocity. I think that was our issue. Whoa, we do get some weirdness though. Sometimes I just start going light speed. Okay, so what I need to say here is I do need to add it, right? If it's less than that. But I still don't have the max speed set. So that should be a pretty easy fix. I basically just say if move velocity is greater than max speed times the speed modifier, then move velocity is equal to move vector not normalized, yeah. Move velocity not normalized. So let's try that. I always forget that. That feels pretty good. I don't get any of that snappiness anymore. And then if we're down a really low FPS, should be okay for the most part. I think the movement's actually normal. I think what it is the camera. Did I never fix the camera movement stuff? Maybe I didn't. I don't think I did. Oh, yeah. So that's funny. We have to say 1 minus that to the power of delta. So we can make sure we get the same value here. It's going to be 0.04, I think. Oh, forgot another bracket. What? I closed it. Oh. There we go. Let's try that. That might fix that camera issue. Maybe it does a little bit. It's hard to tell. Sometimes the movement is weird. Let's see what else we can figure out here. So yeah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's the camera shake. Camera enabled. That should be okay. Do I have camera smoothing on? Because that might be why. I do. Maybe we get rid of that. It looks weird now, but yeah. Then what did I just change? Oh, that's lerping it back to 0. Oh, it's because it's the player position. Let's try that. Well, it's definitely doing some funnies. That doesn't look right. Why am I lerping the camera position? Now that I think about it. To reload my save. Maybe it is the movement. I can't tell. It might be the movement. Yeah, I don't know. Let's look at the movement again. I'm just wondering why it would be doing that. Just in your camera callback from idle to physics. I don't think I wanted to do that, though. I don't think that's the issue, because then it'll slow down as the game slows down. I think it is actually the movement. It's just hard to tell, but I think I'm jittering weirdly. I don't think it's normal. So there's definitely something wrong. You have to figure that out. So if the move vector times speed, delta, speed modifier, all that stuff, if the length of that is less than the maximum, then we add it. Otherwise, we just set it straight to be move vector normalized times max speed times the speed modifier. So that should work. And then if move velocity dot length is greater than max speed times speed modifier, then we just set it back. So that should be okay. What I'm thinking is that maybe what's happening is it's like setting it too fast and then it gets snapped back to this velocity somehow. I don't know. Actually, I don't think this bit matters at all. Well, let's just print out what our move velocity is and kind of monitor that. So it's 0 minus 150. Well, that's totally normal. That's exactly what it should be, you know? It's very strange issues. It's always hard to fix these things. So the issue has to do with our velocity somehow. Actually, I don't need a lerp velocity anymore because it doesn't make any sense if I'm setting it back to what velocity offset is, right? So, okay, we're printing that. Let's print our velocity. Because I think that might be kind of part of the issue. Okay, well, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, duh. Let's print it after. No, that's normal. So, okay, if that's normal, then it must be the camera, right? It's just so hard to tell what it is. I can try setting the camera to physics callback, but I don't think that's what I want. Because now it just lags way behind. Right, and if I set this back up to a good frame rate. Well, it actually doesn't seem to... It's weird. It's very strange. But you can see it lags behind because it's a part of the physics process now, so that's definitely not what we want. Somehow this is going to 215. So that's also strange. Oh, it's just this problem here. Let's try this. Oh my god, this always happens. Okay, so that's the normal speed limit. That seems pretty normal. You know, this is what I should do, honestly. Because instead of equaling it to this and stuff, we just check the difference. Because it'll fix it on higher FPS too. Basically, all we're going to say is this. So as long as that's... No, we don't even need to do that anymore. So literally we do this. We're just going to grab the... Always grab the minimum. I think. Let's see. No, there's got to be a way we can do this. Okay, I'm just going to create a variable up here. Well, no, but it has to just be a value, so I'll just say speed limit is that. Okay, we'll say this. This will be the final. If move velocity plus the input vector is less than speed limit, that means we just add it normal. Otherwise, we're going to say this is what we'll do. We'll add it move vector dot normalized, which is our direction we're trying to move, times our current move velocity minus speed limit. Actually, that needs to be the other way around. But I think this will work. I don't know. We'll test it out right now. Why is that crying? Oh. Speed limit? Oh. Whoops. Okay. Let me close the other game. Okay, this seems pretty good. Also, if I'm printing the move velocity, we can see it. Hopefully it'll stay at a constant number. Oh, we just have to say, whoops, length. All right, skip the error. So let's read that speed velocity. Close that game for now. Yeah, see how that looks now? So it'll snap straight to 150 without doing all the weirdness where it's like not quite at 150, you know? And now it's nice and smooth when you're moving around. All right. And then hopefully at low FPS it should also be good. Set it to like 4. You can see it just goes straight to 150. The camera doesn't freak out anymore. I think we're good. Okay. Jeez Louise, guys. Velocity troubles have been worked out. Now the last thing that we have to do, which should be really easy hopefully, is just create another variable that's the roll velocity. Which is vector 2.0. Then we just go down to the roll stuff. And here where we roll, we're just gonna add to the roll velocity right here. Then back down on our velocity stuff, we're gonna lerp the roll velocity down the same. Now this actually gives me more control over stuff. So for example, the rolling, I can make it like get rid of slower, if that makes any sense. So, okay, let's load up the game. Let's check this roll velocity business, make sure it's all fine, which it should be, but you never know. Oh yeah, the game's still at 4 FPS. Let's bring that back up. So as you can see, the rolling seems to work just fine. Now it'll also add on to your velocity. So if you're going backwards and you roll like forwards, so if you do like one of these, like, it'll... So it's just better how it is. Yeah, the rolling seems to be good. Everything should be working. Also, if I go load up my save and then go get hit by an enemy or something that gives me knockback, that should work. But we're gonna make sure. But it works like all the other velocities do, so I don't see why it wouldn't. So let's just go to the dungeon. Let's go get hit by somebody. So I believe there's knockback. These guys just might not have very much knockback. Let me go ahead and just like kill them. Get to the boss, because I know Dreadcap has a lot of knockback, right? So this is super loud. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay, something's weird with that. I don't think knockback is working right. So what I do with this is I just set knockback, I plus equal it. Inside of entity, I'm lerping knockback back down to 0, right? I might be actually applying knockback in here somewhere, which could be the issue. No, I don't think I am. Okay, well, clearly something's weird with the knockback. I'm gonna print what the knockback is, just so that we can see on that. I really need to stop opening 2 projects every single time. We're not testing multiplayer. Let's do 1. Velocity troubles are not no more, apparently. Maybe we can figure it out. So, hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, so why would it be doing this? We can see what our knockback is there. It was specifically when we hit this. So, whoa, that was weird. What? What? What's going on? It's not knockback. Something else must be modifying velocity. So, okay, in tool action, that's one place where it does it. And I know in here somewhere I do set the velocity, I think. It's very weird, though, that it seems to be happening... It's not the knockback. So what is it? Right? There's something that's odd. Yeah, it is just throwing me away. It happens whenever I'm moving and then I use my weapon. So what the heck is that? Very weird. Doesn't happen with the mining laser. Right, that's fine. And it's fine if I'm moving back. But it's when I'm moving... Whoa, whoa! It's like it's setting my speed negative or something. What? Okay, let me make sure it's not the speed modifier. Here. Guess I'll do it at the beginning. It's so weird. Because it's like it's making my speed go negative or something. That's what it feels like, at least. So when I'm mining, that's 0.5. Now when I do this... Well, it sets it to 0. I think that might be part of the issue. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. So I'm just going to say as long as speed limit is greater than 0. Let's try that again. I'm getting a million errors in here. Oh god. Yeah. That's got to be what it was. So I think what was happening, it was saying 0 minus something. And so it was setting the limit to negative, and so it would just keep getting bigger and bigger and crazy. Yeah. But that's an easy fix. Yeah, we're fixed now. Okay. Very funny. And I can roll just fine. Now rolling will actually kind of lead into other things. So for example, if you roll on the conveyor, it's going to add on top of that and you go super fast. And that's what I want. Because that's how velocity works. Velocity doesn't, it's roll relative. So it's weird if it's not like that. So I have to fix that issue. So you can see the player is out of the minimap now. So let's just go find somebody that can actually give me knockback, right? Oh, thought I fixed it. Okay. So something about the slime screws it all up. Body.slow timer. Speed modifier is 0.25. So why does that break it? That doesn't make any sense. Maybe it was that. Let me double check on this. I'm also going to just print out all of these values so I know what's happening here at all times. That seems fine. Okay. Doesn't happen with the sword slashing. So I might have just fixed it, but let's just make sure, right? So we're printing out all the values. The left side is my move velocity. So we're looking for a case where it gets very weird. I mean, it seems to be working just fine. I think I did fix it. I think what was happening was that speed limit was 0 or greater than 0, but speed modifier wasn't. I don't know how that works, but... The knockback is the second one, so that should be working, hopefully. Let's go find an enemy that can actually give knockback. Actually, Dreadcap was at the beginning. Let's just try it on Dreadcap. So it looks like knockback does get... I almost forgot to fix that with Dreadcat. That would have been really bad if I didn't set that back. I made a change with that. I just spawned 1,000,000 mushrooms because I wanted to make sure they weren't colliding with the walls. And yeah, I forgot to set it back to 4, and so he just spawned in 200 mushrooms. Yeah, that's a stupid mistake. But it seemed okay? I don't know, man. It's hard to tell. Okay, I'm just printing knockback now, and so I'm just going to be observing that value. See if I get any knockback. So I am. You can see it happening. I'm getting pushed, so I think it is working. It's just not very strong with these guys. So let's try to find Dreadcap again. I mean, the game feels still good, like it feels normal, so I think the velocity stuff hasn't really changed much. Well, that I definitely got knocked back from. At least it felt like it. Great, dead end. Get off of me! There we go. I better eat so I don't instantly die. Oh! What is happening? You saw what just happened, right? Doesn't make any sense. And it's hard to tell, like, when and where it's happening, you know? I guess I'll print all these values again. So I was just like moving around, and then all of a sudden it like freaked me out. Right there. And we caught it. We have evidence. Okay. So where did it all go wrong? So I started moving. Right here was where it all went wrong. Yeah, it really do be sometimes, doesn't it? So it got really big on the negative. Like humongous. Like massive. So why though? Now, does length give a... Does it return it when it's negative? Oh. Better. Well, it should be fine. Maybe what I'll do just in case is also wrap this in absolute value. Just to make sure. Thank you, thank you. Because the only thing I could think of was that it's positive length, or it was like less than that. And so it just kept adding it and adding it. Now, that's one thing that could be the issue. So this function here, it could have been that speed limit, so it was not less than that. Which means that this function kept running. So move velocity plus equals move vector, which will be times the speed limit. So let's say that's 150 times the length, or minus the length. See, so if the length ever goes above 150, say it turns to 160 or something, then that's minus 10. And so it moves it minus 10, and then it just keeps getting crazier. So I think that's the issue. So I think if I just clamp this value to 0, then hopefully we'll be okay here. I don't think I need ABS on this. That seems stupid. I guess the thing I'm wondering about is how did it go above that, though? You know? Because it shouldn't be possible. Because it's literally saying if move velocity plus that is less than speed limit. I know why. Because sometimes your velocity, your move velocity is greater than the speed limit. If you run into a slime, it decreases the speed limit. And that's why that was all broken. Okay. I believe I fixed the issue, but let's make sure. That's why sometimes swapping with this in your hand would cause it to happen. So I'm just gonna go walk into some slimes and do some weird things, then hopefully I should be okay. So I'm walking in some slimes, rolling around. Seems to be fine. Yeah. I do think that was the issue, so I am gonna go kill the boss now. So let's see if we get knockback from him. It didn't look like it before. Okay, we are getting knockback, but for some reason it's incredibly tiny. So we just have to figure that out. He's attacking me from there. So what was the knockback that we actually printed? Yeah, you can see it's there. So it is working. I think it's just if we go look at the entity script, we might be multiplying it by delta when we don't really need to do that anymore because we're directly adding it. That's probably what it is. So like if we go into Dreadcap's thing here. He's called Mushroom Boss. Let's just go his slam attack right here. Direction 2 times 50. So that is setting it. Ah. So I think what I've done here is I've actually fixed an issue with the knockback. Before I had the lerping of the knockback really high because knockback was odd. It would be lerped by both the velocity and by it decrementing, right? And so it caused a lot of issues, actually. So now that I've actually fixed that, I think the thing that I can do is just multiply knockback to get it back to where it should be. Honestly, what that should be is 0.004. And then I multiply that or divide that by 60, I think? Or something. It's weird. 60 divided by 0.04? Times 1500 divided by 10. It'll probably be like times 150 to get it back to normal levels. Okay. Let's try this out again. Okay. So that's too much knockback. You can see it's actually way more consistent though, which is really interesting. It's better now. So let's knock that down to 50 or whatever. That seems pretty normal. It also means that you can move while you're in knockback finally, which was something that was totally broken before. Oops, wrong weapon. Okay. Let's go give it one more try with Dreadcap. Just to make sure on that. Oh, there's Dreadcap. Yeah, that seems pretty normal. And knockback applied to other enemies is still totally fine. So let's give this a try. Come on. Okay, that's too much. Let's multiply by 16 or something. That seems normal. I think that's about how much knockback I wanted. Can I hear the thumpers from here? What's going on? You guys hear that, right? What? What? Oh. That doesn't make any sense. But it's coming from him. What's going on? Why do I hear his slam attack every single attack? Hold on. Let's take a look at the code. So, slam sound. That's what he should be playing. Very strange. Slam sound is that, which is normal. Let me make sure it's not looping. Wait, why is that looping? Oh, did I accidentally make the wrong sound loop? Yeah, I did. That's why. What I wanted to do was the thumper, like, charge, not the slam. Okay. Let's fix that. That was very odd. Okay, we should be okay now with the knockback stuff. Let me make sure, though. Let's go to a guy here. Seems normal. I may revisit all that knockback stuff soon for a combat update, but we'll get there when we get there. And that, I don't think gives me knockback, no. Okay. Oh, goodness. Oh yeah, that doesn't need delta anymore. Almost forgot. Alright, sorry for all the wait. I think I can officially mark that off on the changelog now. Fix issues related to velocities with the player, preventing people from getting stuck in walls, jittering on low frame rates, and issues with knockback and rolling momentum. Yeah, I do apologize for the wait. That took forever. But we're fine now, right? Oh, God. Okay, so let's get to the next issues. I want to try and get as many things fixed today as possible. Okay, so these are all going to be like suggestion things. I'm not going to worry about those too much, but I would like to get to them. So the name for the host is invisible. I'm hoping I fixed that with what I just did. It's honestly going to be really hard to say. So the only way for the name to go invisible on a player and the host, right, is in here. Where somewhere in here I make the name tag, I make it go invisible. Right here, display name. So I don't think that'll happen anymore as long as toggle visibility is... Oh, well, this is probably where it happens. Well, okay, I say start launch now, right? And that's the RPC, so let's get rid of that. And then in here, I say close the inventory, all this stuff. And then on finished, this is where it happens. I do start pod. And start pod is an RPC. I have it set to reliable. But yeah, it's not always reliable, as I've figured out. Right? Oh god. So how can I make this more reliable? Honestly, I think the best way to do that is probably to connect it up with the multiplayer synchronizers instead of a function like this, because I think that's part of the problem of why it's weird. Go have dinner, be back in bed. Alrighty, sounds good. Set to reliable. So I can go check in the process again. This is all this stuff. So name.visible is that. Display name and global hide player names. Oh, so that's interesting. This happens on, not in the authority. Right? That's not right. So that's probably part of the issue. Let's give this a try. Just gonna make sure it still works normal. Actually, I need to load my save. Okay. That looks good to me. Let's go stop printing this velocity business. So start launch. We forcibly close the inventory. We do all that stuff. And then whenever you've finished launching, then we make sure the pod starts. Which means the revisible thing will work. So if it's the star launcher, move it towards the star launcher. Then you start the launch. And we also say toggle visibility false, which is interesting. So start launch is an RPC. But it's not an RPC? Then why the heck am I doing it as an RPC? Right, that's a big issue. Oh, I say in the star launcher dot start launch. That's what's going on. And I'm also gonna make sure, okay, that's set to reliable. All right, spaceship. Yeah, so that just plays the animation. And then whenever that's been finished, we say finish.emit. So what could be happening actually is that on multiplayer, there's a chance for two people to use the same animation at the same time. Maybe what happens is that the animation finishes, and so the player doesn't get that signal. That could be part of the issue. So we say on Star Launcher finished, right? So we never do the start pod animation. And so people turn invisible. Now, I don't know if that's actually even all possible. It's honestly just I don't know, a maybe kind of thing. I'm also going to have it call the toggle visibility as an RPC just in case. It doesn't need to be, but maybe there's a potential that that's kind of the issue, is that it's only running on the client, and so it never runs the make me visible again script. So I'll try that. Okay. Let's launch the game with 2 people. I also wonder if, like, running at a really low FPS or using that one thing that emulates your network being bad, if that would work. I'm curious. Just gonna watch this right now. Very weird. So as you guys probably saw, didn't actually run the animation. I don't know why that is. Also, yeah, the player name tag is invisible over here, which is not right. Because we have hide player names is off, right? So the only reason that would be happening is if display name is true and not global hide player names. Yeah, I think I'm gonna change this whole thing. It's just too difficult. So I'm gonna add some more properties. What I'm gonna do is the display name thing. So let's go do that. Oops. Player. Display name. It's pretty weird that the pod didn't play, though. I gotta figure that out. Because it should play. So it does start pod.rpc. Which should do pod animation play. So like set visibility or something. What did I call that function? Toggle visibility. I'm just gonna work this up from the ground up I think that's going to be the best way to do this. Because there's also some issues that, like, shouldn't really be there anymore. One thing that happens is that the player will stay visible when they first join, which is strange, and they shouldn't be. So yeah, they should stay invisible and then show up. It's like their mining laser also doesn't go invisible, which is weird because it should. Unless I just realized that it's... Yeah, that would be why. Okay, so let's try this. We say localhost connect. They should be invisible completely until they drop down. Yeah. So that works. That's all good there. Now the other player is completely invisible too, so we have to fix that. Honestly, I think it's just going to be best to probably sync a variable. It says whether they're visible or invisible, right? Maybe? Yeah, we'll do visible, I guess. But it doesn't work because there's, like, things that matter on that, so yeah, I can't do that. We'll just have to be more careful with the RPC calls and when we do them. Well, I guess we will, because I kind of have to. Okay, so it is visible. So that'll sync between the client and the server. And I'm just going to have a really basic thing in the process event, which is just saying if it is visible, and we'll just say something that should always be visible, right? So, hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Now, I've also just thought of something else that we could maybe think about. Maybe we just make the whole player invisible. Now, the only issue with that, though, I think, is it'll make the UI invisible, right? No, it doesn't. Weird. All right, so that's one option. And that'd be easier. I can think about going down that route, maybe. So literally on the player, I just sync visible, and that's pretty easy. For the multiplayer side of it, at least. Now I have to go change all the toggle visibility stuff everywhere. Which maybe what I'll do is just do this. So if not status, or we'll just say this. This would load. And stop making this an RPC call, because it's too difficult and confusing. So this here will just say Set it to false. There is also false. Exit pod will be true. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Now, the only downside of this is I'm going to have to change how the pod is because that's actually part of the player, and so that'll be invisible. But I think overall it's going to be a lot better, though. Okay, let's try this. Multiplayer, host or save. So I want to check Star Launcher stuff. And then connect to localhost. So yeah, the Star Launcher will be invisible. But it's okay. So notice my name tag is invisible. Probably because I have hide player names on. Don't, that's weird. We'll just do that instead. So no escape pod yet. So really all we have to fix then is just the animation of it dropping down, and that's honestly not that hard, you know? We just have to create a node whenever we start the pod. Now, how could I make the pod be visible, but the player be invisible? I wonder if there's any way to do that. It's definitely is tricky. Now, I could separate it out into its own object, which wouldn't be the worst thing ever. Although it would be inconvenient, though. Visible... Yeah, I'm probably just going to have to do another node. Which, I mean, it's not a huge deal. Or another scene, you know? So, let's just do it. I'm just going to save escape pod as its own scene. I'll copy this animation player, and that'll do all that stuff for me. Okay. So there's a lot here I'm going to have to fix. One good thing about this is it does clear up the player scene a little bit, which is always nice. Pod dust, pod wind, and pod land. Then pod dust. Alright. Should mostly work, I think. Maybe not. Okay, it kind of works. I'm gonna cut it. This should work. Can I do like emit a signal with this? I guess we'll just do this. And then finished dot emit. Change it to, oh yeah, it's still exit pod. Let's do this. So function screen shake. And then I'm just going to say for I in nodes and group layers. I think it's players with an S. Let me confirm. Yeah. Player dot equal position dot distance to equal position is less than, I don't know, 64. Then we're gonna say, oops, I dot camera shake is equal to 5. I think. Now, I kind of want to change this thing here. Problem is that this is referencing a different node now. So welcome back, MBG. Guess I'll just have to re-add it, which is too bad. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay. Well, I don't have to worry about it being visible anymore, because it just is visible until it dies. Just thinking, yeah, what's up? Stroke around, you're saying an AI, yeah? How do we know you're not an AI? It's a good question. You know, honestly, I have no idea. I'll probably never know. You might be an AI. I mean, hey, the possibility is absolutely there, you know? That's all I'll say. I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah. Got me thinking now. Yeah, do you know if you're an AI? Guess that's a question you should be asking yourself. Okay, get rid of the modulate track. Oh no. Why does it get rid of scale too? Oh, probably because scale isn't really a valid thing on here. God, why can't I just... Can I move them down there? I can't. It's so annoying that you can't copy keyframes to other things. That's at 0.4. It's just gonna keep playing, sorry. 175, 125. The using is crazy, like... Let's just set it to 150. And the easing here is 0.5. And what is it up here? 1.25, 0.75. And then lastly, it eases back down to regular old 0.11 scale. Oh yeah. Hopefully this works. Let's see. Yeah, I think that works. So Podwin will be playing. Did I also make that sound? Yeah, I did. What I'm doing is I'm separating the pod animation away from the player into its own scene, because I want to make the player invisible, but how I was doing that before was I had to go make each child invisible, which is stupid, right? And so I'm kind of separating it totally apart from the player and turning it into its own node, its own scene, I guess is what I should say. And I think it's going to be better this way. So pod land. Yeah, it's a lot better this way. It was just too messy before. It was a pain, you know? And then it calls the exit pod function. That should work. Hopefully it works. Alright, well, let's go mess around with this stuff. I'm just going to delete all the pod stuff in here, honestly. So now I can say this. In start pod, It does all this stuff. But I don't do that anymore. So instead now I'm going to say... So what's spawn delay? Oh, right. Well, I don't actually have to have it do that anymore. Right, because that was the an artifact of the old system. So... what is this? Scenes... Escape pod. Equals that, and then I'm just going to say pod dot finished dot connect to exit pod. Artifact of the old system sounds so much cooler than what it actually is, yeah. It does sound pretty cool. Set cutscene lock to false. So I don't actually have to do that there anymore, which is probably for the better. So here I'm going to say if multiplayer authority, then do cutscene lock, because otherwise you just don't need to. Then same with this stuff down here. Hopefully this is better. I don't know. Now, it could break. There's a chance. Let's try it. Okay, yeah. Oh, I didn't instantiate it. That's a classic mistake. Did one dungeon already got the Dragon Slayer and the Shroom Axe? Oh, let's go. How'd you get the Dragon Slayer so fast? Because I think the only way you can get it is from the fountain or buying it. Oh. I've made a mistake. I have to make it actually play that animation on creation. Let's try that. Can farm the shroom. Oh, yeah. That's fair. Yeah, I guess that's a good way of getting money. Okay, let's try this again. Why doesn't it seem to work? Oh, I didn't specify what animation to play. I'm just gonna rename it to start. Shut up! Okay. Let's try this again. Jeez Louise. Yes. See that, guys? Yeah, that's better. Now, I can't mine for some reason. I think there must be something else that I changed for that. But now I can. Weird. So why is that the case? Well, we'll figure it out. So I set cutscene lock back to false. I make it visible. So it shouldn't be that. What's the most rare thing? Yeah, the Dragon Slayer is the most rare drop from the fountain. I want to add more to the fountain and just make it very random what you actually get out, but, you know, I will get to that. Shrooms can spawn on the walls. Yeah, that's probably a thing. Gonna do a gambling run, gambling any percent to get the Dragon Slayer. There is actually an issue that I fixed with it. It would give you the wrong Dragon Slayer, so it's just a null item. It's so rare I don't think anyone's actually gotten it yet, except Ace. So, yeah. Hopefully no one finds it. Okay, let's check this. That looks pretty good. Now, obviously, it's not perfect right now. It's not 0. That doesn't make any sense. I'm just going to sync the tool again. Actually, set weapon, I think, does sync tool. Maybe not. Start pod should only happen in like one place, right? And on a respawn. So it happens in the ready event. Happens when the star launcher finishes. Okay. I'm also going to say, you know, toggle visibility. Make you invisible. Because that's pretty important. Obviously, only one who got his ace, the gambling man himself, yeah. I'll scout forward. What's up? How's it going? Welcome in. I do set collision mask. That's weird. I must set it somewhere else, yeah, for when I start launching. That's what it is, okay. Well, let's try this again. It should only do the pod if you're in the game. Like, it's weird that it has a delay. I had to fix that also. Like, as you can see over here, it starts off as an empty pod. And then the player shows up. It's very weird. Because it starts playing over here even before the world is initialized, and that's not good. So I think what it is that I just have to check if you're in-game first. Right, so on ready, I can just say initialized. So global.gameinitialize.connect to start pod. And that should do it. But I want to do it as an RPC. So it doesn't let me do that. That's always the problem. So I'll just do this. We'll say func start first pod. And that'll do start pod. Okay. Ask what I'm working on. I've never heard about your studio or never played the games. I'm sure it does look super cool. I appreciate it. Yeah, the game is Starground. I've been working on this for about the past 8 months. And yeah, I'm just trying to fix some issues that need to be fixed. It's about time, honestly. Weapon reference. None of that stuff has to happen anymore. Damage. But I do set weapons, so it should be okay. I guess we do this. That's what it is. I need to connect it if you're the authority. Okay, let's try this. Factorial with multiplayer. I'm actually buy that when I can. Also love the art style. I appreciate it, yeah. Yeah, the arts can be a lot of work, especially with big sprites, honestly. It can take a really long time to do the animations. It's actually why I kind of changed how I do the animation for Dreadcap, which is the boss in the game in the dungeons right now. Yeah, it's definitely sort of a combo of like Factorio and, you know, other roguelike games. Yeah, feel free to give it a look if you want. Totally welcome to. It is in early access, so, you know, there's still a lot of things that I'm kind of working on and hoping to add soon, but it's coming along. This stuff just takes time, so... Whoa. Why did that happen? It's very weird. Okay, so I have it set when game is initialized on the multiplayer authority, right? So it should only do it once. I don't know why I just did it like 5 times. It's pretty weird. So hey, thank you for the follow. You are the 500th follower. Let's go. We hit the follow goal. Gamers, we're at 500. All right. We'll end that goal, then we'll start a new one. New goal will be 750. We're going crazy with it. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that. It deserves a little bit of confetti. Let's try and see if this does it again. So it works fun in single player, it just does it once. Now here, my character disappears and does the pod again. Which doesn't make any sense. So how the heck does that happen? That's weird. Win a free cheese time? Alrighty, alright. Confetti and cheese. Oh, let's go. The wombo combo. Oh, yeah, I removed it because people couldn't see the chat. I can add it back. Alrighty. There we go. I gotta go find the confetti. There it is. Yeah, I'm sure the bit rate is dead now. Okay. Yeah, I really don't know why or how this is even happening. It's very weird, right? Face looks completely compressed. Yeah, probably. It'll probably take a second to equalize back out. Okay. So if I connect to the server, I'm just going to make sure that it's not playing on the server, which I think it is. So how is that possible? Somehow me playing that function is happening over here. Is game initialized in RPC? Maybe that's what it is. We'll do this just in case, so we'll connect it there, but then we'll disconnect it in here. So that might be part of the issue. The other issue, I'm just going to check where we actually do game initialized. So we do that in, let's see, conveyor, that's normal, right here, in set in game. And that's because it happens multiple times. Okay. Now, that definitely should not happen. The reason why I have that work like that is so that in here with this, I can say update the conveyors when the game's fully loaded in. But really that should only be for the client, right? So I don't know why set in game is an RPC. I mean, literally, these are the only places we do it. In initialize game and add player. So. Well, I guess that's why. We're waiting until the player has been loaded in. And so I guess the reason why I would do it here, have it as an RPC, well, what we'll do is just this. If it is the multiplayer authority, then we do it. Otherwise, don't do it any other time because it does funny things. Okay. That's probably honestly a reason for a lot of my issues recently. We'll just hard code to the player if he already was in the pod and check that. I don't know if it'd be good with your code. Yeah, it's hard because it's with multiplayer, and so it works totally fine single player. It's just syncing these things. You know, and like, for example, right there with that thing, it's like, there's some things it's kind of a good thing when issues come up like that, because then I know that it's not working how I expect it to, right? So that's always really important. But I think we're okay now. Okay, let's try it. Joining game. Joining game. Ah, right. Because it's not the multiplayer authority. So it never gets the signal. So that's why I had it set like I did, but it doesn't work. Yeah, all that stuff in the corners just... it's a mess. Why don't I just say set in-game to the person who has the ID? So we do RPC ID. And it's first, right? I'm just making sure. Yeah. And then we say... ID. We already have ID. Duh. Okay. Let's try that now. Struggles with multiplayer. Yeah, I know that. Or are you working on multiplayer stuff too? Okay, well, it's not quite synced up, but it's better. Let me double check this. See, it falls there and it falls at a different time for the player. It's very weird. And I don't know why the difference between the two is so big. But yeah, it is. I guess maybe what I do is I just don't have it open until the player is actually there. Right? So that's what I can do. Oh, you are? Nice. What's your game, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, man. The lore. Okay, let's see here. So inside the player, we can basically just say whenever we do the toggle visible. Which is here, we do start first pod. An exit pod is only called here, and so this is where we can say, yeah. I'm also going to actually reference escape pod up there, right? So escape pod is equal to pod. Then down here, what we can say is pod dot open pod. That needs to be an RPC. Jeez. Remember you touching small details on toy will make it. Now it's impossible to see. Yeah. It's funny. Oh, I got an ad. I'll wait for that. So adds the debris. Let's do this. That'll probably be better. Yeah, it's like 10 pixels across. It's crazy how tiny it is. Okay, first off, I'm just going to check single player, make sure that works, which should. That works just fine. Oh yeah, does the mining issue still happen? Let me make sure. No, okay. I guess I fixed that at some point. I don't know when. Now let's try this. Hope this works. So it worked on the client, but it didn't actually do it on the server. Oh, duh. Because it's a different pod. Well, so I do want to make this actually an RPC, I think. So I'm actually just going to connect start first pod. Oh no. Start end pod. Sure. And then this is where we can do all that stuff. Actually, wait, no, it's still over here. But then we just say exit pod dot RPC. And say that's an RPC with call local. Okay, hopefully this works. We'll see. I think we had to restart. Okay. Let's go to... I forget I don't have to put in the thing. Start that. Okay. I'm just gonna wait for that pod to go away so I can more easily see the other one. Okay, let's see. No, it didn't work. So what is the reason for that? It does start pod here. It sets the escape pod to the pod it adds for that player. And then it connects it to start end pod. So start end pod will basically say, oh, I probably want to do this. Let me give that a try. Biggest struggle in my game right now with multiplayer is that my physics desync a lot for some godforsaken reason. It's pretty annoying. It might just be Godot's internal implementation of the high-level multiplayer. Yeah. I think the thing with physics in multiplayer is you can't really sync physics. Syncing velocities and expecting them to match up won't work because things sync at different times, right? And so it's not deterministic. I don't know how you're syncing it, but if you are syncing velocities, you basically have to sync positions. You can sync velocities so that you can, like, simulate the item moving smoothly, which is what I do with my physics interpolation on the game right now. Right? And so even though it... Let me just check this real quick. Yes. Okay, I think we're good. So even though it looks like the player's moving relatively smoothly, they're not. They only get their position updated once every 20 frames, right? And so all multiplayer is just an illusion of smoothness, right? You're never going to get perfect physics on multiplayer because it's just too random when you're going to get your packets back. So hopefully that at least guides you towards the right path with that. And this is where it really gets into server versus client, like architecture stuff. You want all your physics to happen on the server. That's how I do it in Starground, and so far I haven't had any issues. So, yeah. It is all an illusion. One thing I'd like to fix is this one thing where it plays the tutorial noise multiple times. Now, it's hard to tell if it's just playing on here, so let's mute that. Let's see. You can hear it. It plays twice. It goes bring, bring, and I don't know why. But does that mean it also plays on here? So let's figure that out. Maybe, again, it's just kind of that same issue with the game initialization stuff. It totally does play on the server, so that's not good. That's not normal. So where that's happening is in the tutorial stuff. So I need to set the mouse on this to be ignore. Why is it to ignore? Mouse is ignore. Mouse is ignore. And on this one, mouse should be ignore. Okay. Okay. So let's figure this out. where is that at? Tutorial. So this is where it does this stuff. So it goes on ready. And I think this is the problem, is that I don't have it set to only do this stuff if you're actually the owner. So if you're the multiplayer authority, then you do it. Don't do it otherwise, because why would you play the tutorial for someone that's not you? Yeah. So there's a lot of things I gotta mark down now. Fix an issue where players could be really invisible sometimes. Issue where player name tags were hidden for clients. Then also fixed an issue where dead players were visible when joining the game. It's most of what I fixed so far, I believe. But let's try that again. Oh, right, I didn't actually have audio on. Wait, how the heck does that work? No, that shouldn't be possible. Do I have that sound not set to... That might be what it is. It's set to master. There should be sound effects. Funny. That's probably why I heard it like a 20 million times. Because even though it was muted... Okay. Let's double check on this. So it goes once, and then over here. Oh, it didn't play at all, but that's because I have my audio muted. So let's try that again. Okay. We finally fixed everything, I think, with that. So add that to the changelog. Issue where tutorial sounds would play for the server when a client joins the game. Issue where tutorial sounds would play regardless of set audio. The way I'm doing it is that when the client gets in contact with some physics body, he takes over control of the physics, calculating on the client. So that means I create the illusion of smoothness for one player, but not the other one, because I'm not interpolating them yet. Yeah. I mean, that should work. I'm always weary of giving clients control over stuff like that, because if your game is like an online game with servers and stuff, it opens your game up for cheating big time. Basically, anything that a player can control on their side, on the client side, they can abuse as much as they want. Right? So if you say give them control over their inventory items, yeah, you're in big trouble, because now people can just set the data in their inventory to whatever they want, and the server is just like, cool, that sounds right, you know. So it can get dangerous if it's a cooperative game, or like Starground, it doesn't matter quite as much, but you know, anything PvP, be very careful with that, right? What I think is probably the most secure method is just have everything centered on the host, so that cheating stuff is not so much of a worry. Just gamble 200 coins. Best thing I got was the nuke and 31 pieces of cheese. Yeah, you just gotta gamble more. The Dragon Slayer is very rare, I'll say that, so you probably won't get it, but I would love to see you try. I want to see someone get it and show off the null item. All right, so I'm gonna actually change one thing here. I'm gonna say global.gameinitialize.connect to Start tutorial. So this will fix some issues. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but ever since I added the tutorial would instantly play as soon as the player's loaded, even though if the game's not done loading yet, right? And that's stupid. So, yeah. This should fix that, though. Now, essentially, it should only play if... once everything's loaded, right? So let's check. Well, it's better. But it's not, fully there. Well, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Where do I actually hide that one texture? Because I could just have it do it in there. I think it's in the ready event for the player, but I honestly don't remember. Maybe it's not. Actually, I think it's in the world generator script. That's where it is. Yeah, connection screen visible. I'm actually going to do something. I'm going to say global.fully loaded. So that's just going to be another signal that will get sent when everything's like fully loaded, right? So game initialize, this is basically like all objects exist and can be acted upon. Fully loaded is everything exists, world is done generating, and the player can see now. I want to see people gambling. No! Don't think it would matter that much in my game. Something similar to a game called Signal Simulator. Okay, multiplayer in my game is mainly local. Yeah. So that'd be fine. Yeah, but yeah, definitely something to keep in mind, though, for PvP stuff. Really, that's only where it matters. You know, if someone's cheating on your co-op world, just kick them out of your server. It's, you know, what's, you know, why bother? Okay. So, have that. Let's actually go back to that tutorial, because I really only want that to open up as soon as the player's in the game. And it should be easy. We can just say, fully loaded. Let's see if it works. Oh, yeah. Alright. So, that's good. Good stuff. Where tutorial sounds would play before a player has fully loaded into a game. Alright. So let's just do one last check on things. At least for the things that... Oh, I didn't set it to multiplayer, dang it. Or wait, did I? I think I did. Never mind. Uh-oh. Well, that's not right. So what happened? Did the signal not get done? I guess I'll change this to fully loaded since that's independent of that stuff. Strange. Yeah, that's not right. Let's try that one more time. Oh, that seemed okay. Let's load our save. Okay, well, it's fine there, so hopefully we're okay. I also want to check this, which I think will work, but you never know. That's not right. So what I say here is start pod.rpc. So it should work. Oh. That's probably what happened with this one. Let's go make sure. What's going on here? Sometimes let's do it after I add the child. Sometimes it's funny with that. That's very weird. Did I see the pod here? I did. So what's happening? Like, why is it weird? Right? That's very strange. Man, thought I had it all worked out. Let me call this after all this stuff, right? Just in case that's the issue. You can see it appear for a second, and then it's gone. So I don't know what's going on with that. So we say star pod, and then on star launcher finished. Wait a minute. Oh, that's disconnecting it. There's nowhere else where we're starting the pod. I mean, on respawn, start first pod. That's pretty much it. So it's really weird that it does this. I'm just gonna print out stuff in here so we can figure out if there's any weird things happening. Like, first off, is it visible? Whoa, what is all this? I think this is the issue. Node not found, escape pod scale relative to all that stuff. Relative to all the UI stuff. That doesn't make any sense. Is it somehow adding it to like a different spot then? Start pod should only add it to get parent, right? Yeah. I'm just gonna restart the game. That could be part of the issue right now. Oh, what? Where did this come from? Get out of here. It was referencing one that didn't exist anymore. That's weird. I don't know what was up with that, so... Because, yeah, I saw that in there for a minute a while ago when I copied it over, but it was gone. So I figured, oh, we'll just delete it itself because it didn't make any sense. So that's very strange. Okay, so that one loads in fine. Let's check out the Star Hub. Okay. No errors. Weird. What's going on? Maybe I have to restart the project or reload it. Sometimes when I have really weird things like this that doesn't even throw an error, it's just because the engine is being a little funny. Let's try one more time, though. It's so weird because you see it for 1 second and it's like, and then it just stops. I don't know what happens. It's very weird. And it exists, right? Because you can see it over on here. Then I just have modulate being changed, scale. And then exit pod. Yeah, let's reload the project. This is very strange. Ooh. Maybe there's like another variable in there that's just being hidden from me or something. I don't know. In the pod animation thing here. Oh, it seems like it's all there. Well, let's try it again, I guess. Let's just go single player, right? Because we don't even need to test the other thing. So that one works just fine. We go to the Space Hub. And it just doesn't work. So why? Pod.global position is global position. Alright, it sets it to the same position as us. Unless what it's doing is that this is position, not global position. Definitely could be the issue right now. I'm gonna add another node as a child of this. I'm gonna rename this one to just nothing for now. And rename this one as escape pod. Change this to a regular 2D node. Just call it pod. Oh, and of course it's going to do this. I wish I could just assign a different thing to it. I think what's happening was that setting the position inside of this animation, it sets the global position, right? And so I think if I change that back to not doing that, then hopefully it'll be okay. Do I really have to... God dang it. Can I edit this? Like... Because this is so annoying. Now, I understand that there's definitely a risk here, but this will save me a lot of time. Looking for this node path. Okay, this stuff. Modulate position. So now that should be like what these are, which will be escape pod. Still have camera shake in there. Okay, well, let's get rid of that. Well, I guess I'll keep it so it doesn't break. Okay, is that all of them? It was the functions, modulate scale. I guess I'll change that to that. Position, modulate, scale. So position, modulate, scale, and then camera shake. And then the functions. Okay. So I'm going to resave that. We're going to close out of the escape pod and reload it. I don't think it worked. No. Is it like, does this stuff get cached by the engine or something? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yes. Thank God, because I don't want to have to do all the animations again. It's just annoying. I really don't know why they don't have something like that where you can just set like that stuff to what you need, but whatever. Call method track. Oops, that's not what I want. Call method track on the... Okay, so we want to call exit pod. That'll be called right at the end. And then also we want to call the screen shake one. Going 4 hours already? I guess so. Yeah. Doesn't really feel like it, but yeah. What the heck just happened here? What? Okay, weird. That should happen at 0.5, so now we can delete a few things. Get rid of that. We don't want camera shake, because I don't know what that even does. What? Oh, it's down here now? Okay. It's fine. Get rid of functions. Yeah, we just want to modulate those. Oh boy. Let's try this again. Poison! What? Animation mixer poison. I'm guessing that's in Dreadcap. No, wait, come back! Yeah. Saying something about interpolating. I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay. This better work. But oh right, yeah, no 2D now. Better. All right, ready? Please. God dang it! Why is it invisible? Well, it kind of played because it did all the sounds. But yeah, it's just invisible for some reason. Oh. It didn't have a sprite. Escape pod. Now this is unfortunate because I don't remember what the offset was. So we're just gonna have to mess with it until it looks right. Actually, I can check on the debris one. See what it is there. It's -8. Okay. Let's try this again, guys. Why is it still invisible? Oh, right, because if I set a new resource, I have to reload the game. This better work or I'm gonna kill. Why is it still invisible? Is there a reason why it's still invisible? It's actually invisible in here, so why? That's really weird. Is the modulate weird? Does anyone know why? Might be the case here. No, scale's at 1. Modulate's fine. Very weird. That's so weird. I'm gonna reload the project again. Why is it invisible? I mean, I really don't want to delete it, but that's what you get when you edit things. But that one's also invisible. It's not loaded. Like, where would I even know? How would I know if it's not loaded or not? How can I even fix that? When I first clicked on it? Oh, I don't know. Oh, you mean like in the file path here? No, that seems normal. Texture preview is definitely here. Oh, god dang it. I figured it out. The main node, the modulate got set back to 0, so that's why. What's up, Founder? How's the demo release? Well, it's not a demo. Is that? It comes up every time. I'm just working on some bugs right now. Some weirdness with the pod landing. And I think I've got it working just fine. That seems to be good there. Okay, let me go check with, yeah, it's early access. Yeah, demo came out a while ago. Yeah, no, that's all good. There is a lot of people releasing stuff. I know there's like a few people that demos out and stuff, so it's totally all good. Oh my god, okay, finally. Jeez, man. What a tricky little guy. What a tricky little problem. Just making sure I can't move or anything. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay, the final test that I would like to do with this pod stuff is on multiplayer. And I want to make sure that the Star Launcher is working on multiplayer. Well, I know like the Star Launcher animation is, but specifically just the pod stuff. Okay, so let's go to localhost, yeah. So let's watch it down here. It should work, hopefully. That looked good to me. So let's all go to the Space Hub. I'm actually going to test it from the client first, because I think that's more valuable to me right now. Oh, yeah, see that? That's not good. I don't know how that happened. Huh. It's not setting the position from the host? Let me confirm this. Okay, so basically the last position is not updating on the client. which is really weird. So how could I fix that? I guess there's there's the easy solution and the hard solution. Easy solution is just to make the escape pod update with their position. Hard solution is making sure that it only does this once the position has actually been updated. So start pod, we're loading the pod, adding the pod. Then we say the pod is the position. So it works fine on the client, right, that's doing the pod, but then not so fine on the other one. So what I'll do is this, actually. I'll just specify its new position. And if I don't specify that, I'll just say it's equal to global position. But now, like in here, stuff that runs on the client, we can say, we can update it and force it with the new global position. So let's try that. Hopefully it works. I think it will. Oops. Okay, so that one's normal. So let's check this again. So I'm going to be looking at the client side, and we're going to go there from here. Seemed good. Now we're going to test it the other way around. We're going to test it from player to server. Okay. I think we're good. I didn't know that this was going to be such a big ordeal, honestly. But I think we're okay. I'm just going to go through here and make sure I'm not printing any garbage. I shouldn't be like here. Can get rid of all that stuff now. Alrighty, save. So data not found. Alright. We're good. I mean, you know, it's good to get these fixed. If I'm not going to fix it now, then I would just have to fix it later, you know? So I'm not really disappointed with how long these things are taking. It just is what it is. Right? So yeah, there's a bunch of other things we could work on now. Name for host is invisible. I fixed that. Now, what I'm hoping with all this is that that issue with other people not moving and stuck at spawn is maybe fixed. I'll say potentially fix an issue where other players on multiplayer be stuck at spawn and not move. So which thing in here do I want to do next? is the question. Star Death should play. So Death initiate. Yeah, that should work. Adagon said that he didn't see the death happen under the thumper, but I don't think that was a real issue. I think it's just he couldn't see my body and thought that it didn't play. But as far as I can tell in the code, there should be no way for it to play on my side and not on the server, so. All right, so what was the comments left on the mini-map? I know some people said some stuff about that. Oh no, I'm exposing everything. Oh no. Okay. Belts be a different color. I can indeed do that. So let's do that. In the mini map, basically I have this function that will add the things to thing. So we're gonna say if I is conveyor, then first off, yeah, we say this. And I think for the conveyor belts, I'll just do like a slightly darker orangey color, which is this one here. So let's go check on that. I do need to also greatly improve the performance of the map. The performance of it is very bad right now, to say the least. Especially on really big maps, it gets very slow. And I know exactly why it's slow. I just need to probably fix that. But this should show conveyors and stuff now as being different colored. Yes, it does. Now, I think I will also do is if it's a conveyor or I is mover or I is underground. What is that one called? Conveyor tunnel. You'll see it update live here. So yeah, you can start to see like the buildings, which is kind of interesting. Now, one issue with the map is that I don't actually take into account building size. Okay, and that's kind of a problem. Basically, I only check where is the building, set the position. I don't actually care about the size, which is not good. So I do need to change that so it does know what size the building is. But yeah, that gets complicated. Got 5 nukes. Let's go. Yeah, the Dragon Slayer is incredibly rare with that, so you'll get it one day if you keep at it. I in range, so this is going to be weird. Or X in range. I dot... Okay, so this is what we're going to have to do. Let's go look at the building name thing. So it'll show this thing, building name, global dot buildings table dot get building name dot well, let's just do this once. So building dot size dot x, I think. So this will let me draw buildings that are bigger than one tile, which is what I need to do. So let me go make sure that this is size. I think it's size, but I don't know. Object size. So this will be weird. Set pixel can only be an int, right? Yeah. Oh, I guess that's kind of the thing. So, okay. Let me make sure in range. I need this to go from a number to a number. So we'll start it at i.global position. And that's going to be minus building size dot x. Divided by 2. And this will make more sense in a minute. Okay, so hopefully this will now let us do buildings taking up multiple spots. Oh, dot X. Now, it's always hard to tell if it's worked, but... Oh. Did the game just crash? What just happened? I think it might have. I think with the bullet hell tag in the game, if you spawn enough shrooms in the boss room though, yeah. Yeah, I don't want it to be really just be a bullet hell. I'm trying to stray away from that, but sometimes it's hard. Game? Okay, something's up. Okay, it's just screaming errors at me. because this is out of range. Okay. Expected a statement. I don't understand what it means by that. Expected a statement in line 57. It's right there. I is a conveyor, or I is a mover, or I is a conveyor tunnel. Am I crazy? I don't get what it's complaining about here. What is going on? At column 13. Okay, whatever, we'll just do this. Oh, that's what's happening. Okay. Let's try this again. What was happening before, I think, was that the buildings were going outside of the map somehow, which I don't think should be possible, but we'll see. Object size on base null. Well, that really shouldn't be possible, because if it's in the buildable group, then... yeah, it should not exist. Weird. Let me check on this one more time. Fountain. Right. The fountain is not a building. Well, it is a building, but it shouldn't have an entry, and that's why it'll died. Okay. That's just not right at all. Why is it saying that the buildings are over there? Okay. So we're X in range. Oh, duh. I don't know why I did this. Okay, I think it's working. You can see like the thumper up here in the corner. It's hard to see because it's tiny, but it's way bigger than the other thing. So I think we're okay. Seems like some things might not get displayed properly. Or it gets like snapped to the next pixel, you know? which is just kind of gonna happen with this kind of thing, you know? But the main thing I'm looking for is for really big buildings. I want them to actually take up more space. So, yeah. Let's see also if I can fix that player list thing, because that is a weird issue, right? Okay, that should work there. I'm gonna add that to the change log. Okay. Well, I've been going for a long time. I'm probably gonna enough stream. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. But yeah, I got a whole load of bugs and stuff finished today, so that's good. That's really the whole goal of this next update, is fixing issues. There's still a lot of things that I have to do. But, you know, it's fine for now. I'm gonna work on that tonight, tomorrow morning, next stream, you know, basically all day. All day, every day. Yeah, this map is looking pretty good, the mini-map. There's probably just a few things I would change on it. But once we do that, it's really not too bad. One thing I might change is that the grass is very bright compared to the yellow and orangey stuff. And while it's fine if you're not colorblind, or the people that are colorblind, it probably isn't going to be very good for accessibility. So I think I'm going to change that. But yeah. Great today. Well, I appreciate it. Hopefully I fixed a lot of issues that people could have ran into. Yeah. Alrighty, thank you everybody for coming to the stream today. I appreciate it. Yeah, all sorts of stuff today. That's good. Alright. I'm gonna end off the stream. No, snooze the app. Okay, snooze it. We're good. Let's go pick somebody to raid really quick. We got all sorts of people. Oh yeah, Scary Pastry's playing Starground. I forgot they were doing that today. Yeah, I totally forgot. Well, let's go raid them, because they're playing Starground. Alright, I will do that. Yep, thanks everybody for coming to the stream. Be sure to join the Discord. Feel free to buy Starground if it's something you may perhaps be interested in. But yeah, that's going to be it. Post in Discord when I get the Dragon Slayer. Yeah, do it up. I'd love to see it. It's going to be funny because it's going to be a null item, but yeah. Yeah, alright, we're going to go raid Scary Pastry right now. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I'll be live tomorrow at the same time. And yeah. Play Starground. And yeah. Alright, bye, gamers. Oh, right, I have to wait 8 seconds. I always forget about that. Okay. Raid message will be... Big boy raid, as per usual. Alright, let's go.